Oh my goodness. That's what tripods are for, dingus. I might try a stream with no talking beyond this. I'm here. Why I gotta go and ruin a perfectly good stream by talking? It was a perfect stream! When I need love, I'll just close my eyes and I find love. I think I've proven that I like this seat from this angle. And that I like it from the front-facing camera. Or actually, that's called the rear-facing camera. Life is confusing. So saith the shepherd. So saith the sheep. I want to talk about religion. What is that? Hey there. Oh, can I get the cross in? Where is it? I'm happier when I don't know, when I don't see it. I'll just have the... whatever. Oh, this isn't the right shirt to wear. La da da da. La da 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 dee dee da da. I'll probably look up that song. When I need love. I mean, who do I think it is? The Bee Gees? Journey? before I lie down, let's go ahead and make sure I have plenty to drink. And let's get the ice pack that we were too tired to do last night. And plug you in. Oh, and I'm gonna put on the headphones. Na 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 na. What's this for? Something, I just can't remember right now. Oh, my hair. Blah, blah, blah. When I need love, I just close my eyes and I have love. La, 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 la. I would say most mistakes, errors, whatever, missteps, that's a cute way of saying it, in my life have come from hurrying. I guess to meet other people's timelines, or what I imagine other people's timelines are, even when I'm doing my own thing. Please stand by, or not. Dun, 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 dun. La 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 da 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 da. Da 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 da. Oh my God. When I Need You is a popular song written by Albert Hammond and Carol Bayer Sager. Its first appearance was as the title track of Hammond's 1976 album When I Need You. Leo Sayer's version, sorry, I is attempting to multitask, which means, what does multitasking mean? Taking your attention off of the current task briefly and attempting to come back to it and switch back and forth between two things. That's what multitasking is. I'm multitasking in order to do a sound check. Leo Sayers' version, produced by Richard Perry, was a massive hit worldwide, reaching #1 on the UK singles chart for 3 weeks in February 1977, after 3 of his earlier singles had stalled at #2. What a loser. Stalling at #2. What a loser. People write, is this the way people think? It also reached #1 on both the Billboard Hot 100 for a single week in May 1977 when I was 5. And it was probably, my 5th birthday party theme. And the Hot Adult Contemporary Tracks. Billboard ranked it as the #24 song of 1977. Sayer performed it on the second show of the 3rd season of The Muppet Show. So, not only will I be checking out the album When I Need You by Leo Sayer, I will be checking out the second show of the 3rd season of The Muppet Show with special guest, with a very special guest with Leo Sayer! Okay, for those who don't keep up with all my minutia, this is an update. I found the CD case for the CD that I have from the library, Camille Saint-Saëns. I don't know if that's properly pronounced. Violin Concerto Number 3, performed by Vadim Brodsky and Andrzej Straczynski. They probably have more information than that. Something Radio National Symphony Orchestra, but it is covered over by a sticker. Polish Radio National Symphony Orchestra. Violin Vadim Brodsky, conductor Andrzej Straczynski. There's a thing above the Straczynski. I don't know what accents mean in every language. What are we supposed to know? Nothing. We know nothing. Oh, right. And here's the track listing, which my buddy wanted to know. My buddy, who's grown up just with online music only, was just sort of fascinated that I had a CD. And I said there were only 3 tracks. So truthfully, there are 5, but there are 3, let's just say, songs. And the first one, I don't know, because I don't want to say movement. Movement creaks. I don't even know. I don't know. I know nothing about music, fortunately. I say fortunately because I'm able to enjoy it without my intellect getting in the way. But the thing that's in it is not. The disc is in the car. The disc that's in here is the disc that was in the car when I wanted to hear Camille Saint-Saëns in the car. So I pulled one out that had been in there for years oh yeah, I'm going to get ice. That's going to be perfect because even though it is 62 or 3 or 4 outside, which is like 20, no, wait, that's not right, which is like around 17, 61 is 16. For those who are curious about the other temperature scale they don't use, 16 Celsius is 61 Fahrenheit, and 18 Celsius is, no, that can't be right, is 81. Nope, but it's the other thing. 28 Celsius is 82. So there are 2 palindromic And negative 40 is negative 40, but that never comes into be important for most people. We're not facing an ice age, we're facing the end of all ice. Except my 17-year-old friend doesn't think so. He says, we can't know. We can't know. I can understand not wanting to be pessimistic about the future, but I don't believe the solution is pretending that nothing's wrong. Glasses? Glasses? They're over there. I hate waste, so the last drops of this have been, I've had this upside down, so it would, so I could get the use of every last drop. Oh, speaking of every last drop, I mean, that's an expression, but I was watching a recipe and the person had something, like honey or something that they had measured and they were trying to get, into their recipe. And they said, I don't think it was quite as thick as honey, but let's just say it was, because everybody knows what honey is. So they did and then they were like, maybe they took their spoon or their finger, probably a spoon, and said, be sure to get every last drop. And that stressed me out because I already have the OCD tendency to want to get every last drop. And she didn't because um, unless you're going to spend, I don't know, 12 minutes, it's not possible to get every last drop out of a measuring cup of a viscous, sticky fluid from one thing to another, in 10 seconds. And what she illustrated in that moment, it's like if I were a little bit more extreme in my conditions, I wouldn't have been able to pay attention to the rest of the recipe because I would have been like, what about every last drop? What about every last drop? But instead, I just made a note and I'm talking about it now where I get to do whatever I want. What I'm saying is, what she demonstrated was the kind of expressions that we use, the language that we use that makes me crazy, let's just go ahead and say, and the fact that we don't mean it, because she had no problem moving on. And I do have a problem every time I think, oh, I'm wasting ingredients. It said, 3 centimeters. It said, um, what's what unit of measurement do I exist under? Something dumb. It said a tablespoon. That's a little bit easier. It said a third of a cup and a fourth of a cup. And it's still, lining the walls of the cup measuring cup, they're called. And that means it didn't get the full quarter of a cup the recipe required because some of it's still stuck to the walls. Anyway, my mind goes all those places, and it's having a person teaching me say, be sure to get it all, and then not getting it all doesn't help me. I would rather, as I say, maybe I'm an extreme case, and that woman is normal. But I need someone to say, Try to get it all, but it doesn't really matter. You've already gotten the quantity that the recipe requires. If you stress, if you're someone who stresses out about waste, off camera, I licked my finger and put the rest of the honey on a piece of toast. And then I'd be like, oh, okay, okay, okay. The measurement isn't that precise, and a little bit of waste is okay, but also if it's not okay, there's other ways you can do it. And that would be like, I could calm down. Uh, we're all different. People who don't think the way I just said, I'm going to paraphrase because I've been around people my whole life. When I say the kinds of stuff I just said, they would kind of look at me scornfully and be like, you think too much, or what's your problem, or, you're crazy. And obviously that doesn't help. What would be a nice response? Oh, yeah, I never think about that. Um, my mind's on other things, on finishing the process, or I've cooked enough times to know that that when the person on the recipe says get every drop, they don't mean it. This channel is humanism. Humanism is my brand of humanism. Humanism is my religion. I'm an ordained spiritual humanist minister. The only reason I'm using words like religion, ordained, and minister is because of the government, because I want to be able to officiate marriages, and, um, someday I would love to receive the tax exempt status that I deserve. But if you look up the meanings and the etymologies of religion, minister, and ordained, those words aren't healthy under humanism. Humanism is my brand because, one, I needed a brand. I need usernames, and that was unique. Humanism and spiritual humanism already exist, and I am an artist and I'm living my discoveries. I'm not studying. So I don't know what atrocities have been committed under the names humanism or spiritual humanism. And I'm joking. I hope no atrocities have been committed. But the point is, anytime that you get into something, someone who knows more about it than you is going to point out, well, this person who used that label, you know, sliced up his whole family, or sorry, content warning, gross. Anyway, what I'm saying is, I was coming up with an extreme example. There are horrible, I was going to say horrible humans, horrible people. That description is not in keeping with my humanism. Um, for me, it's worth making a distinction between horrible people, horrible humans, racists, bigots, whatever, as a like collective noun or just a noun to describe, person equals evil. To me, it is better to say people who have done horrible, evil, wicked things. to keep the focus on the actions. I could see someone maybe saying, well, that's letting the person off the hook by what? What am I doing giving a horrible person credit for loving one person in their life or, appreciating a sunset? It's not my business. I'm not really judging people. I think that it's most useful to focus on actions that are unacceptable, harmful to the community, that we want to resist. If it's the person, well, then all I have to say is, oh, I'm not that person reincarnated, so I can't be Jack the Ripper, or I'm avoiding saying the obvious, uh, the obvious contemporary examples of the worst people. Yeah, I like to focus on actions rather than a person is this static quality because it helps me. If I focus on behaviors, then I can change versus I am OCD, I am ADHD, I am bipolar, I am a mess, I am broken, I am antisocial, I am a failure. Uh, Much more helpful for me to think, what are things I have done? These, I can see certain things I have done have led to these results, and I want to uh, do different things to see if they get different results. When I need you, I just close my eyes and I'm with you. Leo Sayer, Vicki Lawrence. That was the night that the lights went out in Georgia. That's young people don't know the pleasure, the camp pleasure, the amusement and pleasure that the capitalism of the 70s and 80s gave us with the compilation albums where they would play microseconds of a song of like 17, 20 songs, however many they could fit into a 30-second ad or a minute ad, whatever. Is this Freedom Rock? Turn it off. Those ads were funny. But they were a super, super consumerist way of looking at music, not what I most enjoy. I'm excited about the fact. So I thought of that song, I looked it up. Now I will look for the album. I will probably be able to get it from a library, and then I'll listen to the whole album. And I'm just having fun doing that instead of looking it up on YouTube and listening for 3 minutes and doing that within 10 seconds of the song coming into my head. Now it's an adventure, a journey of me with a song. But it's not like too crazy. It's not like crazy, whatever. I mean, I'm not so interested in the song that popped in my head that I want to like comb the record stores until I find it. I just, will do a couple of searches. They might not even be in my library. They might be in a compilation album. Um, it's very possible that I won't like the album it's in because he's kind of a one-hit wonder. But, I'm willing to give it a try. It's fun. Or maybe I'll just watch The Muppet Show. And I would watch that on YouTube. I don't completely avoid all commercial media, but I almost completely avoid all commercial media. And it's because I do that, I feel that I've regained control of my mind, of what I put in it. I put in what I want, not what someone has selected for me. And I feel better about where my lack of money, where what I'm supporting, what I'm not just supporting, but when we support something, we are, yeah, support. Like I would like to be supported. And if you supported me, you would get more of what I put out into the world. Whereas, I mean, I can tell you I'm 2 weeks away from another financial crisis and I'm 1 year away from no longer being able to live here. When you support Amazon, Spotify, Google, you are guaranteeing that, we'll get more of that for longer, of the things that they do. And with me, I try to show pretty much my full self the way that I am. I don't have secret, I don't like, well, first of all, I was going to say, this isn't the good stuff, the sweet stuff that I give you to get that sweet patron money. And then off camera, I'm murdering people. But that's what Google and Meta and Amazon and Spotify are doing. They're giving you something that you like, that millions like, if not billions, and they're taking the money that you're giving them by your data or your eyeballs or directly, and they're killing people. And if you think that they're not, my evidence is climate change, AI data centers. Facebook has been directly linked to political violence worldwide, and they don't care. So give me money. I don't kill anybody. Not so far. Not even me. And I've tried. Maybe, sort of, possibly. Oh. Ah! Talk about a content warning. He jumped out the window right there on stream. Someone was talking the other day about being on my balcony and feeling the urge. I've heard people say that before. It's scary. I mean, there are a lot of high-rise buildings, and there aren't a lot of people jumping. So I guess the urge is manageable. But one of my friends told me that they were afraid of heights, and they said that they just get the idea to go over. And up until that moment, I had never thought of it. But now that they put it into my head, I have, which is, I guess, why content warnings exist. And I should have given you one, but my whole thing is a content warning. I talk about real stuff that what being alive is feels like to me. I washed my hair. So humanism is my brand because I don't know. I'm not interested in studying exactly what humanism means. So why would I align myself with a thing if I don't know what it means? Well, I know what the word means, and had to, when I had the pleasure, when I was asked to officiate my first marriage, I knew I could go online and what other people might say, in the words of others, some phony internet religion. But I had already started calling myself a humanist because I used to call myself an atheist. And Facebook has a lot to do with that because they had a line for religion in their data about me that I shared because I thought I was sharing it with friends, not marketers. I wasn't smart. But anyway, I never understood, and I remember thinking that internet privacy freaks were freaks, were worried about nothing because I thought, I don't care what people know about me. And I still don't, obviously, because of everything that I put online. That's, I have no shame, and I thought, therefore, why would I hide anything? But what I didn't think about was how much I hate capitalism. I wasn't fully there yet back then, but yeah, oops. It didn't occur to me that these companies were unscrupulous and were going to become the most powerful things on the planet. It should have occurred to me because media is that powerful, and it only makes sense that the internet media companies would become more powerful than TV. But at the time, I wasn't so smart. I wasn't prescient. And when I first joined Facebook, I put atheist as my religion, and I felt, you know, proud. I felt like I was representing, being provocative, and that was the time when the new atheist craze was happening. So I was on trend and I was watching Religulous and reading Sam Harris and all the other people who went on to reveal themselves as horrible. It occurred to me, I only was in a conversation just a few months ago in which I said, I figured out, I mean, I can be friends with religious people. There are plenty of African American Christians who I can get along with 100% and work towards shared goals. Um, I am friendly with some Muslims, and even though I never know whether to say Muz or Muz, I'm not good with foreign languages, but oh, and speaking of foreign languages, there are a ton of Spanish speaking Catholics. I would move to Spain in a heartbeat. The people of Spain are, at this point, largely atheist, but some of them, many of them, are still culturally Catholic, and all of that I have no problem with. But I sort of felt like I needed to signal my separation from the religion I grew up in, and I had gone to Catholic school, and blah, blah, blah. So I put atheist on my Facebook profile, and look at me, I'm proud. Oh, I was just going to divert to say those guys, those new atheist guys, it's kind of clear to me in their more recent, I mean, it only occurred to me recently that since I do get along with a lot of religious people, religion isn't my problem. I mean, yes, I happen to think that those beliefs are crazy delusional. I try not to always say it because it's not nice. And if you do have those beliefs, I would just say, I believe things that you're not going to agree with. And, as humans, it's good to respect things. And sometimes I believe things that I know aren't true, but I think, well, it helps me. And, there's lots of studies that say religious people are happier, blah, blah, blah. So, there are probably some percentage of religious people who believe something and think, I don't think it's true, but I know it helps me. But regardless, what's important is working together towards bettering ourselves and each other. It is over 65 now. I'm going to open my doors to the world. This section of the stream brought to you by the day I have enough sponsors that I can stay in this house and buy and redo the doors so that they actually open and close without throwing out my back. I like pretending that I have future success. Isn't that right, Rob? So I think those new atheist guys. I mean, they seem perfectly fine with white supremacist patriarchy, but oh, religion isn't rational, and that's what matters to them, so they think, so they say. I also think white supremacism and patriarchy isn't rational, but they're fine with that, in my opinion. That's what their behavior shows. And that's the bad part about religion. It's not believing in funny stories, funny meaning particular. It's not believing in stories that makes religion bad. It's patriarchy, and in my religious case, Eurocentrism, white supremacy, crusades, colonization, conversion, ministry, all that stuff. That is worth, that's the important thing to oppose. That's worth opposing. And because of that, I now oppose Dawkins and Harris and Marr and a lot of those white guys. Hitchens, the late Hitchens. I'm going to give you The View. I think The View is better. is really good right now. Oh, the sun went behind a cloud. It'll come back. I also think it might. I don't know. And then one day on my Facebook, I changed it from atheist to humanist. I don't know how. I didn't read a book. I just used my own thinking to realize that I didn't want to be defined by what I'm not a theist, not a believer in God. I can choose to identify what I do believe in, and that's human human culture, respecting all humans, and that's what humanism means to me. And then when I shortly thereafter was asked to officiate a wedding, I had heard of secular humanism, and someone I had heard someone somewhere say, "Oh, you can get ordained in a phony online church." Anyway, I went online. Secular humanism, I believe, had a fee. Spiritual humanism did not. Secular humanism seemed more established and therefore had certain dogmas, and spiritual humanism had a list of principles to agree to, and I read it, and I agreed with every one of them. I think. I mean, I believe so. And so I checked the boxes and or whatever. I Let's just say I agreed with them more than the museum application that I decided not to do yesterday. When I read that, I was like, I don't like this. When I read what I was supposed to agree with to get ordained as a spiritual humanist, I had no problems with what I saw. Words like ordain, minister, and religion don't mean those. I do have objections with those words. For a while, I thought I had an objection with spiritual because I thought of it as being supernatural. Spirits, ghosts, souls, afterlife. That's what I thought spiritual meant. And maybe, well, I don't know, I've always loved words and vocabulary. But realizing the root of spiritual is breath, um, that has a lot to do with me. Part of my religion, part of humanism, is knowing what the words mean, knowing what words mean, saying what I mean, meaning what I say, knowing what it is. And to me, that's etymology. Usage, yes, it's the nature and nurture. It's the scripture and tradition of words. There's the word, the meaning, how it got to us, and then there's how people are using it. both of which are important. We're going to go on the balcony. We're having a field trip. We get to have this view and spend time together. And because tripods are adjustable, I'm going to give you a wide stance so you're less likely to tip over. And what the heck? Let's lower. I think we can have a nice time together at a lower altitude extension on the. Oh, I'm just talking shop. DVD extras behind the scenes. And I won't be able to see it, but I know that the camera's better the other way. So let's make that happen. Part of saying what I mean, meaning what I say, one thing leads to another. Part of that is not saying cruel things to myself, about myself, or about other humans. I don't know where this stick came from. It's been on my balcony for a while. To be a little devious, to share my deviosity with you, deviousness. I left the stick and some other vegetal matter out here, hoping that when the hurricane came through, they'd blow away. That would be my, that would solve my problem of getting rid of yard trash on the 10th floor. And I did it as an experiment. Oh, good, you're coming back. Good for you. Love you. Love life. How are you doing? Not great, but that's all right. You're going to make it. You're a succulent. You're a succubus. Like, is succulent and succubus the same root? The suck part. That'd be interesting to know. Uh, but my current ADHD level, I don't have to look that up right now, and I don't have to remember it. If I remember it later, okay. If I don't, it's not important. So I am able to make more discerning choices, even as I'm going with my mental flow without trying to deny it or clamp down on it. Oh, production worry, the microphone. Solution, I won't say too much while I'm out here. I'll just enjoy it. So if the whistling sounds are annoying, mute or whatever, and I'll wait till I'm inside to talk. It doesn't seem to be breezy right now. I'll talk. This section. This portion of the stream is brought to you by a future viewer who gives me a microphone with a windsock. The hurricane is coming! Someone shared a clip of a weatherman. No one should be out in weather like this. Something like that. Hmm. That was really invigorating. You can continue to have that view while I take shelter from the wind. And thanks to a current sponsor who supplied this headphone with microphone, I can talk to you all over my apartment while wherever you are. I I think I've already mentioned that I've been diagnosed with ADHD and bipolar. Major depressive episode. In college, in my early 20s or late teens. And I uh, was told I probably would have to be on medication all my life. And I've tried a lot of medications and I've spent a lot of time in therapy. And I have no intent to criticize those things. Most likely, the time I spent in therapy in the past continues to pay off. At a young age, I broke out of a previous frame of mind that emotions are shameful and not to be talked about or aired in public. I realize not all therapy results in public airing, nor should it, nor does it have to, etc. But there's tiny little spiders on this. But this is a canvas pad that someone left in my former studio or gave me. People are always giving me, not always. It's just an expression. I have materials that people have given me. Do spiders damage uh, paper and canvas? I don't think so. Am I sure that they're spiders? They look like spiders. I'm guessing, I don't know, there's so many tiny little spiders. Somebody just got born in a safe place uh, on Rob's coffee table because the spider said he never moves anything. He says he's going to, but this has been sitting here for years. So this is a safe home to get buried in. And then, boom, suddenly I've got a new medical treatment and I'm moving things around and the spider babies. That's okay though. They're big enough. I mean, when Charlotte gave birth to her babies, they just went everywhere, right? ADHD. Tell me if this is an ADHD thing, or do you think it's better described in some other way? You go to do something, and then you realize in order to do it, you first need to, maybe should, do another thing first, to get, in order to do one thing leads to another. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm talking about. Is that the fix? Leo Sayer, the fix. And many more. Now, because I saw all those little buggies, I'm imagining that my face, my beard itches. There's a new colony of creatures. There could very well be creatures living. I mean, wouldn't there have to be? I'm about to get rid of this beard. It's not that I don't like it, it's just that, just like rearranging things at home, I like to rearrange my face, the hair on my body sometimes. Maybe that's why I don't understand tattoos, because they're permanent. So what happens when you want to rearrange it later? I guess you wait for time to change your skin. Maybe A henna tattoo would be fun if I could do it without too much cultural appropriation or inappropriate, without thoughtless cultural appropriation. What am I doing? I am playing around. I mean, this is another example of how, like rearranging my face hair, if I rearrange my house, that gives me an opportunity to clean it. Somewhere I got the idea that design, like, is chosen and then fixed, and then that's the way this is supposed to look. Everything's a work in progress. If I look at it that way, it's easier. This is a really cute project. Maybe I'll share sometime. Instead, I'll use it to talk about, you know how, like, maybe you like an artist or you just see a project and then you have the opportunity to talk to the person about it and they don't seem interested in engaging and you're like disappointed. I mean, this has happened to me, so I'll just say I. Um, it's happened to me multiple times where I think, well, in a way, it's parasocial because it's like, oh, I have a connection with this person because of their work. So when I have an opportunity, I'll connect with them and talk about it, and then it doesn't go well. And then I can think, oh, I don't like that person. They're fake. They're not who I thought they were. This thing is not actually a snow globe. It's broken Christmas ornaments that I've put in a. I mean, if anyone picked that up, they would all go all over the place. And that makes it sort of fun for me. it's it's lightning in a bottle. So I have come to maybe think about it not in terms of, oh, that person is phony, but like they're giving their work, they're putting their feelings, their ideas into their work. That doesn't mean that they're up for talking about it live. Those are two different things, two different skills, two different, yeah. And I understand that. So I can accept that. I, I don't need to have uh, an individual personal relationship with everyone whose work I enjoy. That is impossible. It's too much of a demand on me, and certainly too much of a demand on them if they're putting out, some kind of broadcast. Their time off is their time off from that work. Plus, I have my interpretation may not be their thought of their own work, and that's fine too. Sometimes we think we know someone based on their work, and then they turn out to be different. And that's why I don't sing Morrissey songs like I used to. I thought someone who sings about the pleasures of being different must be accepting. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But maybe I can learn to. Can I like the work? Separate the work from the artist? I talked about that. It's easier when they're dead. uh, it's easier to say Thomas Jefferson wrote some words that are inspiring that I can do good with versus he's a cool guy. I want to be friends with him. No, he's a monster in person. I don't feel like cleaning that, but I will soon. Right now, I just want to watch the wind and see if this tablecloth is heavy enough. Oh, I don't think you can see it anyway, but I use a painted canvas as a tablecloth on on top of a glass table. I love the glass table, but people, including me, can hit their shins on it. Uh, when I moved my studio here, I changed the layout to make most use of space. So that glass table is now what's the word I'm looking for? It's no longer sort of set off in a way that makes it clear so people won't hit their shins on it. It's now right up in the mix of everything. I don't throw away batteries a lot, but right this moment I need a place to put batteries to take to their proper disposal, which in my building has, they should have a container in the office for us to use. I'm playing around with this, this. I have a new setup for my camera, so I'm messing around with it. Anyway, so like I would have like a bowl or a dish or a jar to put my batteries in, but I don't throw away batteries enough. So I think putting them with my keys, like whatever I'm gonna put the next time I go out, wallet. Where are my keys? Oh, they're behind there. I'll put them with the library book that I plan to return. Oh, and I'll use the bane of my existence, an empty prescription bottle. I have prescriptions now, which means I have tons of plastic bottles. I mean, imagine if I could have access to like a 6 month supply and just some something that wasn't wasteful, a jar or something. Oh no, but then I couldn't be trusted with my own health. I redid this table. Is it cute? Can you even see it? This portion of the video brought to you by a future viewer who gives me a gimbal. I like that name, gimbal. Ah. So I started calling myself a humanist. I became an ordained spiritual humanist minister. I officiated one friend's wedding. I officiated another friend's wedding. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed taking their input and together crafting a meaningful and original, non-formulaic, service for their guests, for their wedding. I have attended a lot of stuff in my life that followed rituals passed down from on high that felt disconnected from the people who were who it was supposed to, be. I mean, it's like going to a funeral and the guy doesn't know anything about the person officiating doesn't know anything about the deceased, or they have notes and they get the notes wrong, or I mean, that happens. It's and why does it happen? Because of a belief in rituals that to follow the it's like the form comes before the function. The function is to grieve together, to mourn, to to celebrate, to be a community. But the form is the magic words, the man in the costume who gets to say the magic words, and that is that takes precedence many times. So that's not humanist. I enjoyed coming up with humanist wedding ceremonies, celebration. As I said earlier, our language has been passed down, and the meaning that is kind of like baked into our language very often is saying that stuff, that that puts form over function, ritual, patriarchy, white supremacy. It can be baked into our language so that we're saying loaded things even when we don't think about it. And words, like for instance, blessing is so I thought of this because of the French word blessé, which is wounded. Blessing is bloodied. Blessing comes from sacrifice. You get blessings by ritual sacrifice. I try to, since that word is so, okay, so then um, nature and nurture. You could say, well, the provenance of the word is good. People use it in a good way and it has a good meaning. Okay, if you say so. It no longer means bloodied. Well, it will always mean bloodied, but if you want to say that it also means all good things, I'm not going to argue that. I just prefer to use blessings. Bliss is joy. So I use my own word that's not tainted by religious sacrifice language. Picked this up in a little free library. Slave Narratives of the Underground Railroad. I would need my glasses to read this. One of the things it's just amazing that I found this in a little free library. Something that's been, I'm going to read it when I have more time to put into it, to pay attention, to focus. This is sort of coming to an end, coming up on 3 hours. I'll check and see if anyone's texted me. You never know. Sometimes I get invited to lunch. Ooh, I got texts. Oh, one is one from last night I was not interested in, and one is a bill that I don't have the money to pay. This portion of the stream brought to you by a kindly future viewer who sponsors my dental care. Thanks. I started doing this during the cemetery stream earlier this week. I like the idea of my ads being fake. Thanks. And it puts in my brain that I will someday get the sponsors that I would like. I think I'm going to read from this library book that my first impression is negative against. I will read from it, and if I confirm that it's not for me, I will take it back on my walk shortly. So I probably won't finish whatever I was saying about humanism. Nothing ever finishes. Life is ongoing. Let me think. And I probably want to. No, this is fine. I'll need my glasses. Reading is best with light over my shoulder, so that means turning my back to you. So then I will sit down. This stream, it's Saturday. I don't think I had anything scheduled. It started in silence. This is kind of my day off. And so the fact that I already have said too much, I was happy that it started out with silence. But then when I took a shower, I got some idea. While you were still in silence, I went and took a shower after I ate, and I had some ideas about explaining humanism. Let me see if I hit all the main points. So at the moment, I have a URL, humanisso.me. Oh, one of the reasons I chose humanism is a brand. It's phonetic, humanism. And I've struggled with the idea that there are answers. And so human is some, I say, none of us have all the answers, but each of us have some. Human is some. To be human is to be incomplete. Um, and there's a paradox that we are enough in our incompleteness. Human is some is somehow all. Okay, so this book title caught my eye, Falling Back in Love with Being Human. Letters to Lost Souls from Kai Cheng Tom. Glennon Doyle, who I've heard on a podcast and I think is a nice person, calls it required reading. Dear reader, this is a USA $17. Dear reader, this is a book of love letters to everyone and everything I have ever had trouble holding in my heart. I needed to know that I could love them because that meant I could still love myself. I agree wholeheartedly with that. Um, the reason that I watch my language to be kind to others is that is how that is practice. I mean, it's all together. I don't speak ill of humans. That includes others. That includes myself. I mean, I do, but I work on it. Kai Cheng Tom grew up a Chinese Canadian transgender girl in a hostile world. So, so all that is very interesting to me. But when I thumbed through it, there was a lot. It didn't speak to me. It, I hope, speaks to others. I assume it does. It's published. Falling back in love with being human. Dear reader, have you ever wondered how human beings can be so contradictory, so cruel and depraved, yet so capable of kindness all at once? Have you ever struggled to hold on to these multiple truths, to your faith in the possibility of human goodness, in the face of all the chaos and conflict that we inflict upon one another? I suspect you have, dear reader, me too. I've never been a stranger to ethically troubling situations. The breeze is getting wild. I grew up as a Chinese transgender girl in a hostile world, and my career has always brought me into contact with the harsher side of human nature. In my adolescence, I was an activist. In my 20s, I was a sex worker and then a psychotherapist. What's the difference, really? And in the past few years, I've been a conflict mediator and spiritual healer. In each incarnation of my professional life, I've pursued the same deeply personal mission to witness the essential beauty and goodness that lives within each and every person on this planet, to live in the knowledge that everyone is both worthy of love and capable of loving, to embrace the revolutionary belief that every human being, no matter how hateful or horrible, is intrinsically sacred. So far, great. Although it's been a long time since I was a part of any organized religion, faith has always been my solace and my guide. Not faith in any particular God necessarily, though I was raised in a syncretic mix of Buddhism and evangelical Christianity. And both the Buddha and Jesus hold tender spots in my heart. Good for them, not so with me. But rather faith in other people. Wait, that was a Not faith in any particular God necessarily, but faith in other people, faith in the transformative power of the bonds between us. Of course, my faith was tested. Isn't that always the way? The trouble with people is the trouble with people, let me tell you, is that unlike gods or bodhisattvas, we are only mortals and so destined to disappoint and even harm one another. In the past few years, I experienced some deeply personal losses and witnessed some deeply disturbing violence. I think we all have collectively as a culture. Not trying to say to one up this person, I'm saying yes, we all can benefit from what you're about to say. In the midst of the COVID 19 pandemic and climate change and cancel culture, people seem to be treating one another with a viciousness that threatened to shatter me. I feel it when I'm driving. I feel that everyone is hostile. It wasn't just my world that was falling apart, it was everyone's. So I wrote, me, I stream. I wrote as though I might be casting a spell or chanting a religious litany. I have thought about writing a book of the Book of Uncommon Prayer, in which I would, like an atheist prayer book. I also don't like the word prayer, by the way, but it means like begging, asking. But because if you're an atheist, then what are you asking? Who are you talking to? Who are you begging from? But for marketing purposes, a good title would be The Book of Uncommon Prayer, an atheist prayer book, a prayer book for atheists. And there have been times where I've thought, I want to come up with meditations, I want to come up with prayers, that 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 are truthfully a humanist prayer book. As I said, that was the cover, that was the blurb to get people to buy. It's not atheist, it's humanist. I would explain that in the introduction. But I was thinking in the shower, there's something unnatural to me about praying, about repetitious verses. To me, I know they're great, and I could change my mind someday in the future. But for me, reading the words of others serves that purpose. For me, to write like the perfect answer, this this is the formula of words that say exactly what I want to say, and I can repeat it. That just isn't possible or doesn't work for me. So when I read a good poem, I mean, when I read anything, this is my humanist uh, text. What's the word? Put in the whatever the word is. My holy books are just whatever. I mean, if I needed to make money, maybe I'll still put out the Book of Uncommon Prayer, a prayer book for atheists. I do need to make money, but I need to be healthy first. So I wrote as though I might be casting a spell or chanting a religious litany. I wrote as though poetry and prayer might mean the same thing, as if words might reconnect me with what I once considered my unshakable relationship with the human divine. I wrote to summon the language that might help me fall back in love with being human. I wrote my way through the question, what happens when we imagine loving the people and the parts of ourselves, but I think it's more powerful first person. What happens when I imagine loving the people and the parts of myself that I do not believe are worthy of love? So it starts by imagining loving, imaging. That's part of what I do. It sounds like fake it till you make it, but it doesn't rhyme and it's slower. I'm modeling in my head what I want. What happens when we imagine loving the people and the parts of ourselves that we do not believe are worthy of love? What emerged was a series of love letters to unexpected people and places, to the parts of the world and my own self that I thought were beyond saving. Yes, dear reader, this is a book of love letters to dead people, to exes, to prostitutes and Johns. Love letters to weirdos and monsters, to transphobes and racists, to everyone and everything I have ever had trouble holding in my heart. I needed to know that I could love them, because that meant I could still love myself, as hopeless and lost as I had become. From the depths of my rage and despair, I needed to find my way back to love. This book is my act of prayer in a collapsing world, my devotion to the belief that we are all intrinsically sacred, my bridge back to hope. I hope it can be yours too. Yours in love, Kai Cheng Tom. So that intro, I'm down with. That's great. I didn't read it before I picked it up, but that's the spirit. That's why I picked up the book. Now I'll read some of the results, and I've already thumbed through it, and I didn't find those to be for me. And they say this is their bridge back to hope, and they hope it can be mine too. And it may not be. Not everything is for everyone. So let's see. I mean, this my content is not for everyone. It's for me. You might like this if I don't. But let's see together. To the ones whose bodies shall shake the heavens, after Sandy Stone. Dear trans women, the only way to live as a being cast as irrevocably monstrous is to embrace a monster's power. The power to inspire awe, horror, unbidden desire. A monster is a creature made of the truth no one dares to speak, no one else dares to speak. A monster is a being beyond fear. Dear trans women, when they come bearing torches, remember that you are a being born of flame, and every moment you love yourself is a moment they can never take from you. Dear trans women, by the way, I want to make a something you can't see. The intro was written in standard punctuation. The book has periods and stuff, but it has no capitals. Just to let you know, it's all lowercase. Dear trans women, we are the original witches, the reincarnations of the ones they burned. Lesser outcasts will turn against you to save themselves. Forgive them, for they know not what they do. Never forget that a lineage of monstresses stands behind you and stands proud. Dear trans women, blessed are the hideous, blessed are the horrifying, blessed are the cursed, Blessed are the unforgiven, the forgotten, the ones who must not be loved. Blessed are the mad, for our bodies shall shake the heavens. So I loved that. Then there are these section dividers. This one speaks directly to us. Without looking at the dictionary, define the word monster. So it's kind of like a workbook. All right, so let's play along. That's not a word I would normally use. A friend came to visit and she described the thoughts in her head, the bad thoughts, as coming from demons, as like little demons in her head saying these, you know, monstrous things. She's someone who used to like doodle little monsters. So maybe she would like this book. My friend who uh, I don't have, I don't usually have that style of imagination. I'm sort of reawakening my ability to imagine narrative creatures and characteristics. Uh, for the most part, I am an abstract expressionist painter. That word "me" is was not written by me, um, but all of the abstract stuff is me. So this is how I picture things, and there are no monsters, there are no creatures, there are no beings, there are no hidden illusions, no symbols. It is, I mean, I'm not saying that nothing, there's subconscious, there's no conscious. And then I move it, I rotate it and stuff during creation. So I don't even know right now which way's up and down. I just got this one out of storage and I'm like, I'm not sure because I intentionally leave it up to, I think that for now. I'm going to get a throat drop so I can keep reading. I used to be an altar boy. This old pastor, Monsignor, I can't think of his name right now, Burns? I don't know. Was, he always had like secrets in his mouth, which of course, as a kid, I thought was gross. Little did I know there were a lot of other things that a priest could have done that would have been gross to an altar boy. Wah, wah. Um, but now that I talk, I almost want to say for a living. That's a joke. This section of the stream brought to you by future patrons who enable me to make a living for the first time in my life doing something that I care about and that I feel is healthy. Um, Now that I've made a career out of talking, or I've incorporated talking into my career, I understand the benefit of having a throat drop. But I also have an issue with I think that I think most things are portioned. They're more than one portion. So I can only make it part way through anything. A throat drop. Kai Cheng Tom asked us without looking in the dictionary to define monster. Oh, yeah. When I mentioned my friend who said she has demons in her mind, that disturbed me because I don't think of it that way. And I felt that it's almost like dissociative to have something within me that I hate or I'm afraid of or dislike or think is monstrous. And yet, as I said to her as we kept talking, just the week before, I had christened the negative voice in my head Momerica as a combination of mom and America, that I felt that my any idea that I have that doesn't feel true to me has to come from somewhere, and I decided it came from my mom and the culture I live in, Momerica. I only had one parent growing up. And that sort of covers everything. So even as I was telling her, sort of, demons in your head, I don't go for that. And then I was like, oh yeah, but I did come up with this Momerica thing. And we didn't get around to, because things happen. I rarely have the amount of time that I have on this stream to get my thoughts sorted. I love changing the paintings that are on my wall to look at. This stream brought to you by whoever buys that painting in the future. It's it's 24 by 36, and it's available for donation in exchange as appreciation for your donation. And my suggested starting price is $750. No, wait, I forgot. I haven't made a sale in a long time. 350 and up. Mm, not including shipping. I have sold art before. You wouldn't necessarily know it by my anti-capitalist attitude, but the difference between demons and Momerica is, even though I am at odds with Momerica, I believe in, just as is the philosophy of this book, that ultimately, there is no ultimately, but I believe I strive to be at peace and be in community with Momerica, to be able to hear thoughts, to take in ideas that I disagree with, even if they're commands that I disagree with, that I can hear them without crumbling, that I can be different without hatred or fear. but with respect. A monster, Frankenstein's monster. A monster is what we don't understand. A monster in my life right now is whatever is making nonstop beeping within my earshot, high pitched beeping. That is a cruel sound monster. And it's part of a machine monster that has no regard for the harm it does. A monster is thoughtless. It doesn't know that its natural processes are harmful. You know, like a corporation can be a monster. It poisons the community. A monster is anything we don't like. A monster is a caricature of what we don't like. I have a hard time putting these on when I'm wearing headphones. Beep, beep. Okay, back to reading. Without looking in the dictionary to find the word monster. To a lost sister, I stopped writing. I'm a monster. I stopped writing poems for a year after it happened. I didn't believe in them anymore because they didn't save your life. I'm not a praying woman, but poetry has always been my hotline to the universe. I guess that somewhere deep inside I hoped that if I said something elegantly enough, it would come true. That if I spoke the language of beauty, maybe God would finally start listening. Are you there, God? It's me, fucked up transsexual with a savior complex. I'd like you to turn back time. If I could turn back time. If I could just go back once, sure I could change the past for the better. Did you know that the word abracadabra comes from a Hebrew phrase meaning, through speaking I create? I bet you do. I thought it was Arabic, but I bet you do. Those languages and peoples had a lot in common until they didn't. Did you know that the word abracadabra comes from a Hebrew phrase meaning, through speaking I create? Abracadabra. I bet you do. My magic was never strong enough to manifest the miracles I wanted, to turn back time, to undo harm, to make the unspeakable thing safe to say, to catch a spirit as it flies out of this world and weave it back into the body it left behind. What's the use of writing poems if they can't even do that? I wish I could talk to you. I've been wanting to tell you that complex PTSD and a crisis of faith have so much in common. They're both about losing trust in the world in the wake of unbearable loss. Grief tears us away from our faith, but it's grief that brings us back as well. Because in our deepest grief, we have nowhere else to go. The Buddhist part of me knows that in the paradox, enlightenment is born. When you fell through a crack in the world and disappeared, I started meditating again. I lit candles every night. I tied a red rope around my waist before sleeping. Anything to give my grief somewhere to go. For a year after it happened, I dreamed about getting lost in mazes and screaming without a voice, knowing that no one was coming to save me. But the Christian part of me knew that the secret of grace is choosing to believe. The secret of resilience is the art of surrender. I wish you were here. I'd tell you all the things I've learned about hope and forgiveness and holding on while letting go. Our world keeps breaking over and over again. I have no choice but to believe that a new one is being born. The beeping is still happening, and it's loud enough that I hear it through my noise canceling headphones. And it's happening in a pattern so that I will probably continue to hear it even when it's stopped. And that's a monster. A monster that persists in your imagination even when the threat is no longer happening. How is an annoying sound a threat? It's a threat to my well being. I could get so frustrated that I hurt myself or someone from the beeping. Maybe if I go look to see what it is, I'll feel a calmness in identifying the monster. And pretty soon I'll just leave because I can't handle it. One of the things that makes beeping even worse is that the tone chosen, it's it's not something that our ears are able to geolocate. Geolocate. The beeping feels like it comes from everywhere, and that is not helpful in a situation in which the purpose is to become alert to what's happening around you. There are uh, other options that are used in other countries that are more thoughtful, that care about community, but the U.S. cares about being annoying and money and okay. That's why I need to fall back in love with being human. Kai Cheng Tom. I've read two and I like them, so the fact that originally I thumbed through it and didn't like it, I know maybe if I go in order, maybe I'll like them all. Maybe I will still get to some that I don't like, and then that's fine. No one likes everything. So normally when I read poems, I read them twice. So I'm going to go ahead and reread the ones I've read because I might pronounce the words better the second time or have a different cadence. To the ones whose bodies shall shake like the heavens after Sandy Stone. So I could look up and see who Sandy Stone is. Dear trans women, the only way to live as a being cast as Dear trans women, the only way to live as a being cast as irrevocably monstrous is to embrace a monster's power, the power to inspire awe, horror, unbidden desire. A monster is a creature made of the truth no one else dares to speak. A monster is a being beyond fear. Dear trans women, when they come bearing torches, remember that you are a being born of flame. And every moment you love yourself is a moment they can never take from you. Dear trans women, we are the original witches, the reincarnations of the ones they burned. Lesser outcasts will turn against you to save themselves. Forgive them, for they know not what they do. Never forget that a lineage of monstresses stands behind you and stands proud. Dear trans women, blessed are the hideous, blessed are the horrifying, blessed are the cursed, blessed are the unforgiven, the forgotten, the ones who must not be loved. Blessed are the mad, for our bodies shall shake the heavens. Just a one-page poem or prayer, scripture. And the the workbook style, it seems that the task follows, it doesn't precede, it does, because the next page says, without looking at a dictionary, define the word monster. I just want to say that, to go back to the intro, they say, this book is my act of prayer in a collapsing world, my devotion to the belief that we are all intrinsically sacred, my bridge back to hope. I hope it can be yours too. Yours in love, Kai Cheng Tom. So, so far pretty good. The wind is wild, but I'm surviving and nothing is falling over. So, to a lost sister, this is a two-page poem. I stopped writing poems for a year after it happened. I didn't believe in them anymore because they didn't save your life. I'm not a praying woman, but poetry has always been my hotline to the universe. I guess that somewhere deep inside I hoped that if I said something elegantly enough, it would come true. That if I spoke the language of beauty, maybe God would finally start listening. Are you there, God? It's me, fucked up transsexual with a savior complex. I'd like you to turn back time. If I could just go back once, I'm sure I could change the past for the better. Did you know that the word abracadabra comes from a Hebrew phrase meaning through speaking, I create? I bet you do. My magic was never strong enough to manifest the miracles I wanted, to turn back time, to undo harm, to make the unspeakable things safe to say, to catch a spirit as it flies out of this world and weave it back into the body it left behind. What's the use of writing poems if they can't even do that? I wish I could talk to you. I've been wanting to tell you that complex PTSD and a crisis of faith have so much in common. They're both about losing trust in the world in the wake of unbearable loss. Grief tears us away from our faith, but it's grief that brings us back as well. Because in our deepest grief, we have nowhere else to go. The Buddhist part of me knows that in the paradox, enlightenment is born. When you fell through a crack in the world and disappeared, I started meditating again. I lit candles every night. I tied a red rope around my waist before sleeping. Anything to give my grief somewhere to go. For a year after it happened, I dreamed about getting lost in mazes and screaming without a voice, knowing that no one was coming to save me. But the Christian part of me knew that the secret of grace is choosing to believe. The secret of resilience is the art of surrender. I wish you were here. I'd tell you all the things I've learned about hope and forgiveness and holding on while letting go. Our world keeps breaking over and over again. I have no choice but to believe that a new one is being born. I think the beeping has stopped. I think I can change my setting to one that is easier for me. There are three settings on the noise cancellation. So, yeah, the activity in this workbook after each poem, the next page is an activity. The activity after that page, after the poem I just read, is write a prayer of hope on a piece of paper and leave it somewhere for someone else to find. That's what this is that I talked about earlier. When I was in Maine, I'd like to think I found this somewhere, but I'm pretty sure, since I know the people who did this, that they gave it to me. Or maybe they told me where to go to find it. Let's see which one I got. Did I say that's what this is? I mean, this person, I don't know if they've seen this book or that they would call what they wrote a prayer, but it's something written for someone else, for a stranger to find. I'm not a stranger, but they 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 distributed a bunch of these. So this says, "Finder of this bottle, dial the number below for a divination, a special forecast from a dear seer who is looking out for you. Dial 188-416-2149. Press 0. Listen with headphones if you can. To read a transcript of your message, visit messageinaBottle.art. www.messageinaBottle.art. It says, uh, I believe that they have stopped paying for the number. Let's. I don't have a phone because my phone is my camera. So this is an interesting project because it's primitive technology that references, you go to the more advanced technology to see more information instead of having the message there where it could be. But it's interesting. It's a project. I'll keep the book. I'll read more from it another time. I have a new habit now that I'm checking out library books and CDs and such. My new habit is that I have one place in my house where I keep my library materials when not in use so that I don't lose them. And that place is that metal book cart that came from a library. Well, I don't know. Someone gave it to me. Who knows where it came from, but logically it came from a library. And I use it for a bunch of things. It keeps my shoes on it. It keeps my shoes on it. Or I keep my shoes on it, both. And maybe I'll start keeping my glasses on it. And it keeps my library books on one end and lots of other things. Oh, this on my finger is supposed to go around the note, the message in a bottle. So it's sort of funny that the message in this bottle is like, go here, do this. It's like, it's almost like it says, see other bottle or message, that kind of thing. Like you've gotten in the unlikely, swirl of the world, this message in a bottle has come to you, and the message is, see other message, which is artsy. I mean, it's cute, it's clever, it's fun. It's an example of I was describing earlier, where like somebody has a project and you respond to it in a certain way, and then you talk to them about it, and then they don't respond. I'm like, oh my gosh, this person's really into building community, and I am too. Let's work together, but I'm usually not ready to build community. I mean, I haven't, it's just hard. That's why I do this solo. Message in a bottle dot art. Oh, it still exists. The hotline is closed for the season, but you can hear a sample of Prophecies and Guidance for 2024 by listening here. Transcripts of each prophecy and the corresponding seers' bios when you click on the numbers below. Our number was 0. Oh, it's not working. The star works. Everything works but the 0? Well, if it follows the, hold on, if it follows the, oh, fuck. Come on, stop being, for some reason mine doesn't exist. Wow, well that's good. I don't believe in prophecies. Let's pretend we had number 8. It would say, over soft ambient music that feels like gliding on a twinkling river, tonight my next door neighbor, who just lost her lifelong companion to the kind of tumor they found too late, she came to sit with me on my stoop. She didn't make a sound, but instead hung her wet nose over my half-empty water glass until I held it up to her mouth, tilting it more and more while she drank and drank until it was full empty. I draped my arms around her neck, both of us still thirsty, both of us still grieving. Do you know this grief? I think you know it. Whatever the shape of your loss, whatever the grief comes to you, sit with it. Drape your arms around its neck. Give it water. Divination by Nina Pathak and Adachi Pimentel. Nina Pathak, she, her, is an audio producer at the New York Times, where she currently produces the Daily podcast. She has also produced Still Processing and Another Round, and before that worked in public radio and education. She lives in New York. She is forever inspired by her friend and collaborator Adachi Pimentel, and is honored and thrilled to make this recording with her. Adachi Pimentel is a designer currently based in New Orleans by way of New York City. She is currently pursuing her MFA in theater design at the University of New Orleans. Designing sound, lights, and sets keeps her happy and grounded. This is her first collaboration with badass producer Nina Pathak, and she's excited to make and create more. I'm wondering if I hold this up to the speakers, if it will play if you'll be able to hear the prophecy guidance for 2024.
I'm standing by my bedroom window. You can probably hear the train from the distance. I moved here a few months ago and I love it because, yeah, there's a big train station nearby, but it is at the right distance to make all those iron creaks and clangs warm, nostalgic, even romantic. I love to wake up in the morning with this gentle touch of sound to my ears. The wake up is the crisis moment for me. It's when I think about all my mistakes, all the wrong things I've done, I'll do. Lately, I've been thinking about how much efforts I've always put in my life in jumping on the right train, be on time, never miss a ride, always be careful not to take the wrong direction. The result is, I'm not where I'd want to be now. It's time to throw the timetable away. Let the train drive you. Open yourself to the unexpected and see where it's going to take you.
What's the 5678? It's your boy Sir Jock, and I want to let you know it is.
I stopped it because I only wanted to receive one. I can come back later to get the rest. Did the person that we listened to identify themselves?
I'm standing by my bedroom window. You can probably hear.
No. But I figured it out. In case you didn't hear it, what it said was, I'm standing by my bedroom window. You can probably hear the train from the distance. I moved here a few months ago and I love it. Because, yeah, there's a big train station nearby, but it is at the right distance to make all those iron creaks and clangs warm, nostalgic, even romantic. I love to wake up in the morning with this gentle touch of sound to my ears. The wake up is the crisis moment for me. It's when I think about all my mistakes, all the things I've done, I'll do. Lately, I've been thinking about how much effort I've always put in my life in jumping on the right train. Be on time, Never miss a ride. Always be careful to not take the wrong direction. The result is I'm not where I want to be now. It's time to throw the timetable away. Let the train drive you. Open yourself to the unexpected and see where it's going to take you. Divination by Jonathan Zenti. Jonathan Zenti is an independent radio and podcast producer based in Milan, Italy. His works have been finalists at Prix Italia and Prix Europa. He's the recipient of a Hearsay Ganberla Award and a Third Coast Skylarking Award. He co-founded the first meeting of independent radio producers MIRP, and with his podcast Meet, he has been finalist at the Radiotopia's PodQuest in 2016. He's currently working on his podcast in Italian called Problemi, and he is running after some bills falling from the podcasting money train. He does a 30-minute session of what he calls ugly dancing every morning to cope with his everyday life. So he's ugly dancing for 30 minutes every morning to cope with his everyday life. I'm streaming for hours to cope with mine every morning this week, except one. Um, he speaks of the gentle touch of sound helping him in the morning because the wake up is the crisis moment for him. It's when he thinks of all his mistakes and how he feels he's gone in the wrong direction. I started this stream and reading poetry first thing in the morning because that's when I felt my mistakes. Or that's me taking on his words. That's when I felt bad waking up. I had a hard time getting up and getting out of bed and getting past what I didn't like, what I was unhappy with. So I relate to what that Italian podcasting man has to say. The Messages in a Bottle project is the work of artist Christina Loring. Christina is a sound-oriented storyteller and audio producer written phonetically. For the last 4 years, she was the head of audio at Dipsea, a feminist audio erotica app. Before Dipsea, she produced and edited the interactive podcast Cooking by Ear. Her sound installations have created sonic waterways in downtown San Francisco and aural cities in the woods of Nova Scotia. Christina lives a bicoastal life and is currently on Peaks Island, Maine. And that's where I met Christina. So it's fun that I struggle to wake up, I thought to myself, poetry would be a good thing for me to do when I wake up. I was inspired by one of my favorite current poets, Naomi Shihab Nye, who said that she would read wake up stories to her son. And I thought, that's cool, instead of bedtime stories, or in addition to, who knows? But I thought, wake up stories, what a great idea, because waking up is hard for me. And going straight into the real world or the phone world is a bummer. And I didn't want y'all to miss a Mr. Rogers moment, since now that I've been doing this for a week at least, I realize like this is fitting into my goal of Mr. Rogers for grown-ups, because I'm sharing my life in a kind and humanist way, and slow, thoughtful. So lacing up my shoes is what must see content. Uh, top tier. And like while I'm streaming, I clean the table, I read some poetry, I pull the Kai is one of the three names. I put the book away. So I don't have it at hand, but Kai suggests writing a message and a poem, a prayer, and leaving it for a stranger to see. And then I think about the fact that I know someone who did that, and it's in the bottle that I was just moving at my hand. And then I read it, and then I go and I read the website, and a guy talks about difficulty waking up and about sounds that mechanical sounds at the right distance can be soothing, but yeah, anyway. Uh, serendipity. During a stream I earlier this week, I was reading an essay that these aren't these aren't properly tied. I was reading an essay that referenced an opera, so I went and I listened, and it was an opera by Rossini. And that night, I was invited to a concert that was three stringed instruments and an occasional drummer. Um, and they played all different kinds of music, including bluegrass and folk, and but also they played something by Rossini. And that was right after they played something by Camille Saint-Saëns, who's the composer whose CD I got from the library just because I thought, I don't know this composer and I want to. Serendipity. Coincidence happens a lot when you're living, when you're alive, and you do things like basically because I stopped receiving the broadcasting that was being shoved into my brain for money, I decided it wasn't enough for me. It wasn't good. It wasn't good enough for me. So I started, I'm programming my own brain. I'm, you know, selecting my own programming. And now that I do, there's just so much that when I go anywhere or have a conversation with anyone, like all the time, things come up that it's like, I just read that. I just heard that. I just had that experience. Because I'm alive. I'm living actively instead of passively. So I'm choosing the programming that goes into my brain. I'm sharing it for 4 hours sometimes with whoever watches the stream. Future me, I see you. Future sponsors, thank you. I live a better, more stable, comfortable, serene life thanks to future sponsors like you. Go to ourmiddleton.art for now, or humanissome.me for now, to see it. In a few years, those links won't work, probably. I guess you could go to archive.org if you can't figure out how to find me. I might still be on. Look for me to talk to me at mastodon.art / @rmiddleton. This is going out today onto twitch.tv / rmiddleton. And it will be archived for now, well, for always, I guess, at youtube.com / @rmiddleton. It's 12:15. I'm going to go for a walk somewhere. I think I'll go for a walk. Summer sun's calling my name. Has anyone texted moi? Nope. Have I eaten enough? I had a pomegranate, a couple slices of toast. I feel okay. I feel like I could get hungry if I go for a walk. That's all right. I'll walk in my neighborhood. I can come back if I'm hungry. All right, bye-bye. If I stick to the schedule, tomorrow I'll stream. Sunday is originally I conceived of Sunday as a talking day where I would sort of stay close to the camera and talk and chat and sort of promote it as that. But last time no one came, so it was basically the same stream as ever. So maybe I'll talk about my art and chat and have that be my Sunday tradition where I will pull down different paintings and talk about them a little bit and be ready to talk to people if they want to. And I'll probably, I think, to be comfortable, I think I would limit that to like 2 hours or an hour and a half or whatever. I used to want to create for my religion. I wanted to have weekly gatherings on Sundays. And I originally conceived of them as being 90 minutes. But I think for a stream, 2 hours is comfortable. Oh, yeah, because even when I wanted to advertise a gathering of 90 minutes, I knew that there would actually be setup time and breakdown time and that it would really be 2 hours or more. So, yeah, I'll stream for 2-ish hours tomorrow if all goes according to plan. And I'll talk about paintings and I'll chat with viewers if there are viewers. I wish someone would invite me to lunch. I would love an expensive sandwich. Ooh, I'm going to end with showing the water again. So pretty. I'll end with some silence. If you are watching this, thank you. I have to say, maybe someday, this section brought to you by a future viewer who buys me a nice camera. What you're seeing through this phone is not what I'm seeing with my eyes. I hope you're well. I wish you well. Signing off. Mwah.